Amid countless worlds that seem like pure fiction, lie battles, sacrifices, and secrets that have never been told. Every story is a war between destiny and choice. If you're ready to uncover heroes, villains, and the forgotten souls lost in between, then step into the world of Comic Recap, where every tale is a battle for survival.
Before the name Dagoth inspired fear across Morrowind, before the Golden Mask and the spread of the Blight, there was Vorin Dagoth, respected noble of the Chimer people, a trusted advisor, and a loyal companion. His fall from a distinguished member of House Dagoth to the self-declared god beneath Red Mountain stands as one of the most tragic and pivotal events in Tamriel's history. Born into House Dagoth, one of the noble families of the Chimer, Vorin was raised among the aristocracy of ancient Resdain, the land that would later become Morrowind. House Dagoth held lands primarily in the Vardenfell region, particularly near the future Ashlands and Molag Amor. Though smaller than houses like Indoril and Redoran, House Dagoth was respected for its ancient heritage and knowledge of mystical arts. Historical accounts of Vorin's early life are scarce and fragmented. Ashlander oral traditions provide little detail, and temple records were heavily censored following his eventual betrayal. However, it is clear that Vorin stood out due to his political insight, magical talent, and steadfast commitment to Chimer customs. These qualities eventually drew the attention of Lord Indoril Nerevar, the Hordeter and military leader of the Chimer. Nerevar recognized Vorin's abilities and appointed him as chief counselor and head of House Dagoth, placing him within the influential circle that would help shape the future of their people. This inner circle also included Nerevar's wife, Almalexia, a formidable queen known for her sharp mind and strong will, Sotha Sil, a brilliant and reclusive mage, and Vivek, a charismatic warrior poet and skilled diplomat. Vorin's relationships with these figures were complex. Later, temple historia shaped by Tribunal influence downplay his connections with them, but alternative texts hint at deeper interactions. Vorin and Sotha Sil shared a fascination with metaphysical subjects, though their methods differed. Sotha Sil pursued understanding through structured study, while Vorin favored intuitive and traditional mysticism. With Almalexia, Vorin maintained a respectful but distant relationship. Though they worked together in service to Nerevar, she is believed to have harbored suspicions about him, possibly due to his close bond with her husband. His dynamic with Vivek was the most intricate. Both were trusted advisors to Nerevar, yet their counsel often diverged. Vivek was open to change and innovation, while Vorin held tightly to ancient Chimer beliefs. This fundamental difference became especially apparent in their opposing views on the Dwemer and their technology. Before the events that sparked the War of the First Council, these four advisors served as Nerevar's core circle, each offering unique insights into the challenges their people faced. Vorin, as chief counselor, wielded considerable influence, which he appeared to use to support Nerevar's leadership, rather than for personal gain. This balance began to unravel as tensions rose between the Chimer and their technologically advanced neighbors, the Dwemer. The turning point came with the revelation that Kagranak, the Dwemer's chief architect, was working on a secret project involving the heart of Lorkhan, artifact of immense divine power. Vorin was among the first to raise alarm about the Dwemer's actions beneath Red Mountain, in keeping with his traditional reverence for the Daedric princes worshipped by the Chimer. When diplomatic efforts failed and war broke out between the Chimer and Dwemer, Vorin remained steadfastly loyal to Naravar. He commanded the forces of House Dagoth in several important battles, proving himself to be not only a trusted advisor, but also a skilled military leader. Reports from this era describe him as determined, steadfast, and committed to the Hortator's mission. His strategic insights were especially effective in the mountainous terrain of Vardenfell, where his house's familiarity with the land offered a critical advantage. As the conflict escalated, Naravar made a pivotal decision that would later lead to a tragic outcome. He tasked Vorin with guarding the entrance to the Doomer facility beneath Red Mountain, where Coggernack was experimenting with the Heart of Lurin. This assignment reflected the deep trust Naravar had in his counselor, as it involved protecting one of the most significant locations in Merowyn's history. While Naravar, along with Almixia, Sathel, and Vivek, engaged in negotiations with Doomer King Dumak elsewhere, Vorin held his post vigilantly. This period of guardianship is where historical accounts begin to diverge sharply, giving rise to one of Tamriel's major controversies. According to the official temple records, Vorin broke his oath by entering the Forbidden Chambers. There, he encountered the Heart of Lurin and Cagrenac's tools, devices intended to channel the heart's divine energy. Allegedly tempted by the promise of godhood, he attempted to use the tools but lacked the necessary knowledge, leading to his corruption. In contrast, Ashlander oral traditions claim Vorin remained loyal and intervened when Doomer engineers tried to breach the heart's chamber. During the confrontation, he was exposed to the heart's power, triggering an unintentional and misunderstood transformation. A third version, found in a banned text titled Naravar at Red Mountain, claims Vorin entered the chamber out of necessity after detecting strange energy following the unexplained disappearance of the Doomer. His contact with the heart in this account was investigative rather than motivated by ambition. All these versions agree on one point. Vorin was the first among Naravar's allies to come into contact with the heart after the Doomer vanished, and that encounter profoundly changed him. The nature of this change, whether it was immediate corruption, a slow transformation, or something more complex, remains debated. When Naravar and his companions arrived at the heart chamber, they found Vorin altered, though accounts vary on the extent. The temple version claims he was already consumed by power and had to be subdued. Ashlander versions describe him as shaken but coherent, warning Naravar of the dangers posed by the artifacts. The most divisive moment occurred when Naravar asked Vorin what should be done with the heart and Cagrenac's tools. Ashlander sources say Vorin advised that the artifacts were too dangerous and should be destroyed or hidden from mortals' advice that conflicted with the ambitions of Almixia, Sathel, and Vivek, who saw potential in using the tools themselves. This disagreement led to a fracture within Naravar's circle. Temple records argue that Vorin's counsel was driven by self-interest, as he was already corrupted and sought sole control of the heart. In contrast, Ashlander accounts depict his stance as guided by respect for the Daedric princes and concern over mortals wielding divine power. Naravar initially supported Vorin, ordering the tools to be secured and not used. He then instructed Vorin to continue guarding them while he sought guidance from the Daedric prince Azura. The cavern housing the facility offered the first clear signs of Dagoth's grand scheme. Massive Dwemer, pipesome ancient. Others built by Sixth House followers spanned the ceiling, channeling energy from the heart chamber to various parts of the structure. This energy powered the machinery used to construct Alakan. The air was filled with the low hum of tonal architecture, its vibrations subtly affecting the mind and causing disorientation in those not attuned to Dagoth's consciousness. Ash creatures patrolled the corridors, moving with uncanny precision typical of beings linked by a shared mind. Unlike the mindless aggression seen in other corpus beasts across Vervardenfell, these guards displayed advanced tactics, flanking maneuvers, strategic retreats, and target prioritization based on threat level. This level of coordination suggested the presence of more powerful Sixth House leaders guiding them. The first such leaders appeared in a chamber known as the Antechamber, where two powerful figures, Dagoth Audro and Dagoth Vane, waited with an escort of ascended sleepers. These ash vampires had once been high-ranking members of House Dagoth before their transformation. They retained their intelligence and centuries of combat experience, making them far more dangerous than the lesser creatures encountered so far. The battle against these lieutenants highlighted why traditional forces had failed to breach Dagoth Ur's defenses. The ash vampires wielded weapons infused with divine power that could pierce magical defenses normally impervious to standard attacks. Even more concerning was their ability to rapidly regenerate wounds that would be fatal to mortals healed in moments, forcing the Neravarine to rely on overwhelming force rather than precise attacks. Most threatening of all were their mind-affecting powers. During combat, both ash vampires attempted to intrude into the Neravarine's thoughts, inducing confusion, fear, or even a fleeting loyalty to Dagoth. These psychic attacks took the form of seductive whispers, offering power, unity, and freedom from the tribunal's lies. Only Azura's protection and the unique mental resilience provided by the altar corpus prevented these influences from taking hold. With their defeat, the path to Dagoth's inner sanctum lay open. The access tunnels to the heart chamber revealed an increasing fusion of Dwemer machinery with organic elements, pipes blended into vein-like structures, carrying a pulsing substance synchronized with the distant heartbeat. In some areas, the walls seemed almost alive, reacting subtly to movement and releasing a mist that caused dreamlike visions when inhaled. As the Neravarine neared the heart chamber, they encountered the partially completed form of Aulakina, massive construct inspired by the original Numidium, but altered by Dagoth's own vision. Standing nearly 300 feet tall, the Colossus fused metal with crystallized corpus tissue, giving it a disturbing, lifelike appearance. Its chest cavity remained open, clearly intended to house the heart of Lorcan, the divine power source meant to animate the construct and extend Dagoth's influence across Tamriel. It was in the shadow of this monumental creation that Dagoth finally appeared. Rather than attacking, he emerged from the surrounding mist, with arms raised in welcome. His form blended features of his original Chimer self with divine enhancements. Towering above normal Dunmer, his skin bore the golden hue of the ancient Chimer rather than the typical ash gray. His most striking feature was a golden mask that subtly shifted as though reacting to the thoughts beneath it. As the conflict grew more intense, information reached Nerevar about the true purpose behind Kagranak's work. Voron Dagoth, using his wide network of spies across Vardenfell, uncovered the first solid proof of the Dwemer's plans. In the year 1 E700, Voron presented this evidence to the Chimer leadership. He reported that the Dwemer intended to create a new god using the heart of Lorcan. Kagrenac was attempting to bind the entire Dwemer race to the heart, transforming them into a single divine being beyond death. This revelation deeply disturbed the Chimer, who saw it as a grave sacrilege. To them, it was not just a denial of the Daedric princes, but an effort to replace them. Wishing to prevent a war, Nerevar sought a diplomatic approach. He visited Dumac's stronghold with a small group to confront him about Kagrenac's project. The meeting quickly fell apart. Dumac, either unaware of the full extent of Kagrenac's intentions or unwilling to accept them, dismissed the warnings. Tempers flared, and the argument turned violent. The breakdown of this personal meeting mirrored the broader clash between their peoples. Any hope for peace was lost. Nerevar returned to his forces and prepared for a full-scale war. The Chimer armies advanced on Red Mountain, with warriors from House Dagoth making up a large part of the front lines. Voron led his house's troops, using sharp tactics that worked in tandem with Nerevar's strategic planning. Though outnumbered, the Dwemer relied on their technological, edge-mechanized war machines, enchanted weapons, and strongholds that seemed unbreachable. In the early stages, the Dwemer had the upper hand. Their steam-powered constructs tore through Chimer infantry, and their defenders, armed with crossbows, held off attacks on their fortresses. The Chimer adjusted by using magic to disable Dwemer machines and adopting guerrilla tactics in the ashlands near Red Mountain. As the war escalated, Nerevar made a critical choice. Realizing that the true danger lay in Kagrenac's lab beneath Red Mountain, he gathered an elite team to break through Dwemer defenses and reach the heart itself. This group included Nerevar, future tribunal members, and House Dagoth warriors under Voron's command. The attack on Red Mountain took place during a major Dwemer religious event, when many of their troops were occupied in ceremonial locations instead of guarding key positions. Whether this timing was a lucky coincidence or due to intelligence from Voron's spies is still debated. Regardless, the Chimer force breached the outer defenses with little resistance. But as they moved deeper, they met tougher opposition. Dwemer machines defended the inner tunnels, and elite warriors fought the Chimer in tight corridors. He is said to have used the tools to draw power from the heart, but lacking the necessary knowledge, the attempt led to his corruption. Upon Nerevar's return, his former Alanau calling himself Dagoth turned against him. Nerevar was forced to fight and seemingly kill him, though his spirit remained tied to the heart. According to Ashlander tradition, Nerevar later returned from communing with Azura, believing the tools should be destroyed or hidden from mortals. This stance angered Almexia, Sathel, and Vivek, who had already begun planning to use the tools for their own purposes. One version of the story claims they conspired to murder Nerevar and attacked Voron when he tried to intervene or witness their betrayal. A separate account from a hidden Kagrenac text proposes that the heart itself played a role in sowing distrust and ambition among them. It suggests Voron was the first to be influenced due to his extended exposure while guarding the chamber, though all present were affected in some way. In the immediate aftermath, Dagoth was defeated and presumed destroyed, his house dissolved. Official records state he was killed for his betrayal, while Ashlander accounts argue he was defeated after witnessing Nerevar's murder or resisting the seizure of the tools. Another obscure version suggests he wasn't killed but banished, his weakened spirit bound to the heart. unable to return for some time. What can be confirmed is that afterward, the tribunal Almexia, Sathel, and Vivek took control of the tools. Ignoring Azura's warnings, they conducted rituals at the heart, absorbing its divine power and becoming living gods. Azura, angered by what she saw as a betrayal of Naravar's intentions, confronted them and foretold their eventual downfall. As a sign of her displeasure, she transformed the golden-skinned Chimer into the ashen-skinned, red-eyed Dunmer. The tribunal's first act as gods was to consolidate power. They established the Tribunal Temple, placing themselves at its center, and actively suppressed alternative versions of the Red Mountain events, promoting their own as religious truth. House Dag was removed from the great houses, its members persecuted, and its lands redistributed mostly to House Endor, which aligned closely with the temple. For generations, most Dunmer accepted the temple's narrative. Voron Dagoth became a symbol of treachery, remembered only as a traitor. Only the Ashlanders, living apart from temple control, preserved different versions of the story through oral tradition. Unknown to the tribunal, Voron Dagoth now, known simply as Dagoth, had not been truly destroyed. His essence endured beneath Red Mountain, bound to the heart in mysterious ways. The tribunal's periodic visits to renew their divine power inadvertently fed him energy, gradually restoring his strength. By the year 2882, over 3 millennia after the Battle of Red Mountain, he had regained enough power to awaken within the heart chamber. When the tribunal returned for their renewal, they found him waiting stronger than expected and unaffected by the powers they had drawn from the heart. Forced to retreat, this encounter sparked a new conflict that would eventually endanger both their godhood and all of Morrowind. The Battle of Red Mountain thus became more than just a historical event. It marked a turning point that shaped Morrowind's religion, politics, and culture for thousands of years. The rise of Dagoth, the tribunal's ascension, and the transformation of the Chimer into Dunmer, all traced back to the choices made in the heart chamber. He is said to have used the tools to draw power from the heart, but, lacking proper understanding, the attempt corrupted him. When Nerevar returned, Vor, now calling himself Dagoth, turned against his former leader. Nerevar was forced to fight and seemingly kill him, though Dagoth's essence remained bound to the heart. According to Ashlander tradition, Nerevar came back from communing with Azura, determined that the tools should either be destroyed or kept away from mortals. This angered Almexia, Sathel, and Vivek, who had already begun planning to use the tools for themselves. This version claims the three plotted to kill Nerevar, and later attacked Voron when he tried to stop them or witness their betrayal. An alternate, unofficial account, known as the Kagernak text, offers another explanation, that the heart itself influenced events, spreading paranoia and ambition. It claims Voron was the first affected due to his prolonged exposure while guarding the chamber, but that everyone present was impacted to some degree, distorting their judgment. In the immediate aftermath, Dagoth Voron was defeated and apparently destroyed, with his house disbanded. Official records state he was executed for treason, while Ashlander stories say he was overpowered while trying to prevent Nerevar's murder or to stop the seizure of the tools. A third account from obscure texts suggests he was not killed but banished, his spirit bound to the heart in a weakened state. What is historically known is that following these events, The tribunal, Almixia, Sathil, and Vivet took possession of the tools. Despite warnings from Azura, they used them to draw divine power and transformed into living gods. Azura, seeing this as a betrayal of Naravar's will, appeared before them and foretold their downfall. As punishment, she changed the golden-skinned Chimer into the ash-skinned, red-eyed Dunmer. The tribunal's first act was to consolidate their rule, founding the tribunal temple with themselves as gods, suppressing other accounts of Red Mountain, and turning their version into official doctrine. House Dag was erased from the great houses, its members hunted, and its lands given mainly to House Endor, which aligned closely with the temple. For generations, most Dunmer accepted this official story. Voron Dagoth became the symbol of treachery, remembered only by the Ashlanders who kept their oral histories apart from temple influence. Unknown to the tribunal and their followers, Voron Dagathor, what remained of him, was not truly destroyed. Deep beneath Red Mountain, his essence remained tied to the heart in ways not fully understood. The tribunal's periodic returns to the heart to renew their powers unknowingly helped restore him. By 2E882, nearly 3,500 years after the Battle of Red Mountain, Dagoth had regained enough strength to manifest a conscious presence in the chamber. When the tribunal returned for another ritual, they found him awake and unexpectedly strong, immune to the same powers they had drawn. Forced to retreat, this encounter sparked a new conflict that would eventually threaten both their divinity and the future of Morrowind. The Battle of Red Mountain thus became not just a pivotal moment in history, but the foundation of Morrowind's religious, political, and cultural identity. The rise of Dagoth, the tribunal's transformation, and the Chimer's change into Dunmer all originated from choices made in the Heart Chamber. The conflicting reports of these events reveal not only uncertainty in historical records, but also deliberate efforts to conceal and reshape the past by those who came out on top. After the battle at Red Mountain, as the newly changed Dunmer adapted to their ashen skin and glowing eyes, something remained beneath the volcano. Dagoth, formerly known as Voron Dagoth, was not truly defeated. Despite claims to the contrary, the truth of his survival remains one of Tamriel's enduring metaphysical mysteries, though scholars have proposed several explanations. The most widely accepted theory points to the unique qualities of the Heart of Lorkhan itself. As the literal heart of a dead god, the artifact existed partly outside the bounds of ordinary reality. When Dagoth was struck down in the Heart Chamber, his spirit became bound to the heart through a metaphysical link. The tribunal, lacking full understanding of the heart's nature, believed him destroyed, though he had instead entered a dormant state, neither fully conscious nor dead, similar to a dreamlike suspension. During this period, Dagoth's essence lingered as a dispersed consciousness throughout the caverns beneath Red Mountain. Though his body was gone, his presence persisted in the ash, gases, and stone near the heart. Later, magical analyses by House Telvanni detected subtle traces of a scattered intelligence in the area, but these results were suppressed by temple leaders. The tribunal themselves unintentionally aided in Dagoth's return after becoming divine beings. Almalexia, Sothasil, and Vivek periodically returned to the Heart Chamber to renew their divine essence. These rituals occurred roughly every 80 years, with some variation based on politics or individual circumstances. The exact process was kept secret, but fragments of Sothasil's writing suggest it involved the use of powerful tools, sunder, keening, and Wraithguard to channel energy from the heart into their transformed bodies, reinforcing their divine power, first claimed in the year 1 E700. What they failed to realize was that each renewal caused disturbances in the heart's metaphysical field, slowly awakening Dagoth's dormant essence. The same energies that restored their divinity also provided small amounts of power to the sleeping Dagoth. Over time, each ritual left behind lingering connections that his scattered consciousness could exploit, absorbing tiny amounts of energy between visits. This process went unnoticed for nearly 3,500 years, during which Dagoth gradually regained strength, focused on ruling Morrowind and leading their religious order. The tribunal overlooked the hidden danger under Red Mountain. Their routine visits to the Heart Chamber revealed nothing out of the ordinary, as Dagoth's presence remained too faint to detect. The first clear sign of his return came in 2E572 during the Akaviri invasion of Morrowind. As the tribunal turned their powers against the invading forces, those near Red Mountain began experiencing unusual volcanic activity and strange dreams featuring a gold-masked figure speaking in riddles. Official temple explanations dismissed these as stress responses, but private exchanges between Vivek and Sothasil expressed concern over unusual energy readings from the Heart Chamber. After the invasion, Sothasil examined the Heart Chamber more thoroughly during the next renewal ritual. His readings showed irregular energy patterns, which he mistakenly attributed to natural causes. This error gave Dagoth more time to strengthen in secret. By 2E882, Dagoth had gathered enough power to form a physical body again, though a limited one. When the tribunal arrived for their regular renewal ceremony, they discovered their former ally waiting in the Heart Chamber. Few records exist of this first confrontation, as the tribunal concealed the event to avoid public unrest. Private journals later recovered from the ruins of a library described what occurred. They found a presence they believed long gone, a figure both familiar and strange. He identified himself as Dagoth and claimed a connection to the heart they had assumed was theirs alone. His form was unstable, partly spectral and partly solid, but his voice carried a divine resonance. The encounter did not lead to immediate violence. Caught off guard and uncertain of Dagoth strength, the tribunal chose to retreat and evaluate the threat. Dagoth still regaining power, made no effort to pursue them. This moment marked the beginning of what scholars would later call the first phase of his return of time, defined by a slow build-up of power beneath Red Mountain, with few outward signs. In response, the tribunal changed how they approached the renewal rituals. Instead of all three attending together, they began rotating duty as 12 remained outside on guard, while the third attempted to access the heart. This became harder over time, as Dagoth strengthened his control of the mountain's interior. By the year 2E890, he had surrounded the area with ash creatures and twisted beasts, forcing the tribunal to fight through them to reach the heart. A major development during this period was Dagoth's realization that he could extend his consciousness while asleep. This let him form weak mental links with sleeping Dunmer throughout Vardenfell. These connections often came as vivid dreams, featuring a golden masked figure, speaking of transformation and calling the tribunal gods false. Initially, These dreams were dismissed by the temple as superstition or Daedric trickery, but by the early Third Era, the widespread reports could no longer be ignored. Collected dream accounts from different regions revealed consistent images: the Golden Mask, Red Mountain glowing with light instead of ash, and promises of unity for the Dunmer. Dagoth Ur's ability to influence dreams relied on several factors: his bond with the heart of Lorkhan, which existed partly outside time and space, the Dunmer's spiritual tie to their homeland, making them receptive, and certain individuals' heightened sensitivity, especially those linked to House Dagoth or born under specific signs. These dreams served several functions in Dagoth Ur's growing influence. They helped him find potential followers across the land, subtly drawing them toward Red Mountain. They also cast doubt on the tribunal's divinity, weakening temple authority in indirect ways. Most crucially, the dream network created a dispersed field of unconscious energy that Dagoth Ur could tap into, adding to the power drawn from the heart. By the year 3400, about a century before later pivotal events, he had established a substantial foothold beneath Red Mountain. His body had fully reformed, though he remained confined to the area around the heart chamber. What concerned the tribunal more was his ability to project his will through others, specifically the first ash vampires, immortal servants formed from his most loyal followers. These figures, including Dagoth Gars and Dagoth Audros, acted on his behalf in the outside world. They created the initial shrines within the Ghost Fence, recruited new cult members from those most affected by the dream transmissions, and began early tests with the disease known as Corpusa Supernatural Plague that would become Dagoth's main weapon against both the Tribunal and all of Morrowind. Corpus marked a major advancement in Dagoth's power. It spread through physical contact and airborne spores, causing grotesque physical changes in its victims: tumors, stretched limbs, and eventually complete loss of human form. More dangerously, it granted a form of immortality while slowly erasing the person's mind, replacing it with an extension of Dagoth's own will. Corpus was not just a disease, it embodied Dagoth's ultimate goal: a united Dunmer mind connected to him and, through him, to the heart of Lorkhan. In his twisted perspective, shaped over millennia through communion with the heart, this divine sickness was seen as a path to enlightenment, not corruption. Those infected became part of what he called the Sixth House family, a shared consciousness that foreshadowed his intended transformation of all Morrowind. Recognizing the existential threat posed by both Corpus and Dagoth's increasing power, the Tribunal launched a united assault on Red Mountain in 3E417. Their goal was to reach the heart chamber and break Dagoth's link to the heart permanently. All three Tribunal members led the campaign, which initially saw success as they broke through defenses and entered deep into the underground tunnels of the mountain. But the effort ended in failure. Dagoth had anticipated their move and set traps that disrupted their divine powers. During the battle, he also captured Sunder and Keening II of Kagranak's tools, critical for handling the heart. Forced to retreat, and with two key tools now in Dagoth's hands, the Tribunal lost the upper hand. In response, the Tribunal erected the Ghost Fence, a vast magical barrier around Red Mountain designed to limit Dagoth Ur's reach. Powered by their divine energy, the fence successfully slowed the physical spread of Corpus and kept the ash vampires contained within Vardenfell. However, it couldn't stop the dream transmissions, which continued to spread his influence subtly. By 3E427, when the events of the Third Era's prophecies began to unfold, Dagoth had achieved full control within Red Mountain. His mind extended across a network of followers both inside and beyond the ghost fence. With their powers fading due to lack of access to the tools, the Tribunal's divine strength weakened. The ghost fence began to fail, allowing Corpus to reach nearby areas, and Sixth House outposts emerged in towns across Vardenfell. What had started as a dormant force had grown into the greatest danger Morrowind had faced since the Akaviri invasion. The seed planted during the original battle at Red Mountain had developed into a power rivaling the Tribunal a divine presence, with its own vision for Morrowind's future, using dreams, disease, and loyal followers to realize it. This marked the beginning of Azura's prophecy coming true. The return of Nerevar, reborn to confront both the false gods of the Tribunal and Dagoth's dark ambitions. The dormant threat had fully awakened, and the chain of events set in motion thousands of years ago was about to reshape Morrowind permanently. The Second Era came to an end, with a turning point that would alter the region's balance of power. In 2E882, after lying inactive beneath Red Mountain for centuries, Dagoth's mind fully stirred. The rituals regularly performed by the Tribunal unintentionally supplied him with the energy to reassemble his being, culminating in a moment that stunned the self-proclaimed deities of Morrowind. When the Tribunal arrived at the Heart Chamber for their usual ritual, they did not find the empty cavern they had expected. Instead, a partially formed figure awaited them. Dagoth was not yet fully materialized. Some parts of him remained smoky and translucent, while others had taken solid shape. Most striking was the golden mask he wore, created through his own divine will, rather than from physical materials, its surface reflecting the red glow of the heart of Lorcan. The ensuing confrontation was brief but significant. Despite still regaining his strength, Dagoth managed to resist the Tribunal's initial attacks, revealing a powerful connection to the heart that rivaled their own. Even more troubling for the three was his resistance to the divine powers they had wielded uncontested for centuries. Forced to retreat, the Tribunal withdrew to rethink their approach. This first encounter marked a major shift in Morrowind's mystical power dynamics. Dagoth established control over the area surrounding the Heart Chamber, compelling the Tribunal to battle their way in to complete their rituals. With time, his influence spread further through Red Mountain's tunnels, making access increasingly difficult. Over the next decade, Dagoth concentrated on strengthening his hold and deepening his connection to the heart. Unlike the Tribunal, who used specialized tools to draw divine power in intervals, Dagoth formed a continuous, symbiotic bond with it. This allowed him to access divine energy constantly, though at first less intensely than the Tribunal during their ceremonies. A pivotal advancement during this time was the creation of the Ash Vampires around 2E890. These beings were a unique form of existence, unlike anything seen in Tamriel's historic extensions of Dagoth's divine essence, given individual form. The transformation began with his most loyal followers, Dark Elves, drawn to Red Mountain by his dream sending. These individuals underwent profound changes, not just physically, but spiritually. as Dagoth infused them with fragments of his own divine power. The resulting ash vampires bearing names such as Dagoth Odros, Dagoth Vemin, and Dagoth Galasware, not fully independent entities, nor were they mere projections of their creator. They shared a metaphysical link with Dagoth, reflecting parts of his mind while maintaining limited individuality. This established a divine network with Dagoth at its center, extending its reach throughout Red Mountain. Do you like this personality? Each ash vampire exhibited distinct powers that mirrored elements of Dagoth Heir's own strength. Some had the ability to manipulate ash and stone, reshaping the Red Mountain itself. Others focused on controlling dreams, allowing Dagoth to extend his reach into the minds of Vardenfell's sleeping population. All were immortal, their longevity stemming from their link to Dagoth, and, through him, to the heart of Lorcan. The Ash Vampires were created with various strategic goals in mind. They acted as extensions of Dagoth's senses and will, enabling him to stay aware of and influence events throughout Red Mountain, even while his main consciousness remained near the heart. They also served as layers of defense, confronting intruders with increasingly powerful foes as they neared the heart. Crucially, these vampires could operate beyond Red Mountain, acting as Dagoth's emissaries across Morrowind during the period when he was still confined to the heart's proximity. Through them, he began to establish outposts of the Sixth House, recruiting followers and subtly spreading his influence without directly challenging the Tribunal Temple. The bond between Dagoth and the Ash Vampires reveals his core ideology. Unlike the Tribunal, who maintained individual identities and often acted independently, Dagoth envisioned a collective divine being centered around himself. The Ash Vampires were the first expression of this vision, a model for the transformation he intended for all Dunmer. As Dagoth's power grew, the Tribunal faced increasing difficulty performing their renewal rituals. By the year 3 E396, early in Tiber Septim's reign, they had to fight through layers of ash vampires and lesser creatures just to reach the heart, weakening them before they could begin their rites, and diminishing the effectiveness of each ritual. The critical turning point came in 3 E417. During a particularly aggressive push toward the heart, the Tribunal managed to penetrate farther into Red Mountain than they had in years. However, Dagoth had laid complex spiritual traps that disrupted their divine energies. As they struggled through the twisting caverns, these traps weakened them, and Dagoth, along with his ash vampires, launched a coordinated attack. Though the Tribunal fought fiercely, they were eventually overpowered. Amid the chaos, Dagoth seized 2 of Kagranak's tools, Sunder and Keening, leaving only Wraithguard, worn by one member of the Tribunal, out of his grasp. Losing these tools was a major blow to the Tribunal. Without all 3, they could no longer properly conduct their rituals and gradually lost divine power with each use. Meanwhile, Dagoth began using the tools to accelerate his own growth, applying Kagranak's methods. The original purpose of these tools had been to create a new god from the combined essence of the Dwemer. By the year 3427, the Sixth House had built a network of outposts across Vardenfell, especially in the Ashlands and West Gash areas. These outposts range from small hidden shrines and ancestral tombs to large complexes in remote regions. Each served as a center for Sixth House activities, including recruiting followers, performing rituals to expand Dagoth's influence, and in some instances, intentionally spreading corpus to create new servants. The most important of these locations was Kagranak, once the ancient capital of House Dag before its fall. It was reclaimed around 3 E400 by Dagoth Adros and Dagoth Vane, becoming the main base for the 6th house outside Red Mountain. From Kagranak, the Ash Vampires managed operations across northern Vardenfell and carried out advanced experiments with Corpus beyond Dagoth's immediate oversight. The Tribunal's efforts to respond were hindered by their waning divine strength and growing internal struggles. Without access to the heart for renewal, they had to conserve their remaining power. One retreated to a mechanical city to pursue technological methods to counter Dagoth's mystical advantages. Another remained in Mournhold, increasingly paranoid and disconnected from Vardenfell's situation. Only one actively resisted the 6th house, redirecting temple resources toward containment rather than outright confrontation. This containment was focused on the Ghost Fence, a powerful magical barrier encircling Red Mountain and fueled directly by the Tribunal's divine energy. Finished around 3,420, the Ghost Fence effectively limited the physical movement of Corpus creatures and 6th house operatives. However, it couldn't prevent Dagoth's dream influence or stop cultists who had already left Red Mountain from setting up new bases. Worse still, maintaining the Ghost Fence further drained the Tribunal's dwindling power. As Dagoth's influence grew stronger inside the barrier, this created a strategic conflict. Weakening the Ghost Fence would risk a wider spread of 6th house forces, but upholding it hastened the loss of divine strength. As the Third Era moved toward its final years, Dagoth advanced his ultimate plan for Morrowind. Using stolen tools and his connection to the heart, he began constructing a new divine machine under Red Mountain called Akulakanthi II Numidium. Modeled on stolen Dwemer designs, Akulakan was intended to serve as a physical extension of Dagoth's will, directly powered by the heart of Lorkhan. Unlike the Tribunal, whose divinity remained separate from their mortal selves, Dagoth aimed to unify his mind with all Dunmer through Corpus, with Akulakan as the physical vessel of this collective godhood. In his distorted vision, this was the realization of an ancient Destinia, God born from the people themselves, rather than granted by outside forces. By 3E427, when the events foretold by Azura began to occur, Dagoth was on the verge of enacting this plan. The Tribunal's power continued to fade. The Ghost Fence was weakening, and the 6th house had infiltrated even the highest levels of Vardenfell's political houses. What had once been a defeated spirit tied to the heart had become a fully formed divine being, poised to reshape Morrowind according to his warped vision. Dagoth's godhood represented one of the most unusual divine transformations in Tamriel's history, distinct from both the engineered divinity of the Tribunal and the natural divinity of other gods. Unlike the Tribunal, who drew power from the heart using Kagranak's tools and ritual, Dagoth formed a symbiotic bond with it, becoming an embodiment of its divine essence rather than merely a user of its power. By the year 3427, the 6th house had established a widespread network of outposts throughout Vardenfell, particularly concentrated in the Ashlands and West Gash regions. These outposts range from small shrines hidden in ancestral tombs to large, intricate facilities in remote areas. Each location served as a center for the 6th house's activities recruiting followers, performing rituals to amplify Dagoth's influence and in some instances, intentionally spreading Corpus to create new followers. The most prominent of these sites was Kagrenac, once the capital of Hausdag before its fall. It was reclaimed around 3 E400 by Dagoth Adros and Dagoth Vane, transforming into the main base of operations for the 6th House outside of Red Mountain. From this stronghold, Ash vampires directed activities across northern Vardenfell and conducted advanced experiments with Corpus beyond Dagoth Heir's direct oversight. The response from the tribunal was hindered by their declining divine power and internal discord. Without access to the heart to replenish their strength, they were forced to conserve what power remained. One member withdrew into his mechanical city, focusing on technological solutions to counter Dagoth Heir's mystical advantages. Another remained in the capital, increasingly paranoid and detached from the situation in Vardenfell. Only one of them maintained an active stance against the 6th House, allocating temple resources toward containment rather than outright eradication of the threat. This containment effort centered on the Ghost Fence, a massive magical barrier enclosing Red Mountain and powered by the Tribunal's divine energy. Completed around 3,420, the Ghost Fence successfully restricted the movement of Corpus creatures and 6th House agents. However, it could not stop Dagoth's dream transmissions or prevent cultists already outside the mountain from establishing new bases. Maintaining the Ghost Fence also steadily drained the Tribunal's dwindling power. As Dagoth's presence pressed against the barrier, they faced a critical choice: weaken the fence and risk a wider spread of the threat, or maintain it and hasten their own decline. As the Third Era moved into its final decades, Dagoth refined his ultimate plan for Morrowind. Using captured tools and his unique bond with the heart, he began constructing a new divine machine beneath Red Mountain Olacon, the second Numidium. Based on stolen designs from Kagrenac's original Dwemer god construct, Olacon was intended to serve as a physical vessel of Dagoth's will, powered by the heart of Lorkhan. Unlike the Tribunal, whose divinity remained separate from their mortal selves, Dagoth envisioned a transformation that would merge his mind with the Dunmer people through Corpus, with Olacon acting as the tangible form of this collective divine presence. In his warped perspective, this was the true realization of ancient cultural dystinia, God born from the people themselves, not imposed from outside. By 3 E427, when the events foretold by Azura began to unfold, Dagoth was on the verge of putting his plan into motion. The Tribunal's power continued to fade. The Ghost Fence showed growing signs of instability, and the influence of the 6th House had reached even the highest tiers of Vardenfell's political structure. What had once been a fallen soul bound to the heart had transformed into a fully realized divine force with the capacity to reshape Morrowind according to a dark vision. Dagoth's ascent represents one of the most unique forms of divinity in Tamriel's history, distinct from both the artificially constructed godhood of the Tribunal and the inherent godhood of entities like Aedra and Daedra. While the Tribunal drew upon the heart's power through ritual use of Kagrenac's tools, Dagoth formed a symbiotic bond with it, becoming an extension of its divine essence rather than merely a user of its energy. Understanding this distinction is key to grasping the metaphysical basis of Dagoth's divinity. The Tribunal treated the heart as an external source of power, carefully directing its energy using specific tools. Sunder and Keeningwile Wraithguards protected them, from the heart's overwhelming divine force. Their godhood was separate from the heart. They were mortals, empowered by divine energy, retaining their individual identities and goals. Dagoth's link to the heart was different. Over centuries of being bound to it in a dormant state, his consciousness slowly merged with the artifact. Scholars who analyzed remnants of his power after his fall described this as a kind of divine osmosis, gradual blending of mortal and divine essence that altered both. The heart shaped Dagoth's thoughts and desires, while his personality influenced the divine energy, giving it form and purpose. This mutual relationship granted Dagoth unique powers. Unlike the tribunal, who needed ritual access to the heart to maintain their divinity, Dagoth's connection was constant, offering an uninterrupted flow of divine energy. Though initially weaker than the tribunal's bursts of power, his connection proved more stable over time, especially after the tribunal lost access to the heart. Further investigations by Imperial battle mages into Sixth House shrines uncovered another difference in Dagoth's divinity. The first such leaders appeared in a chamber, known as the Antechamber, where two powerful figures, Dagoth Audro and Dagoth Vane, waited with an escort of ascended sleepers. These ash vampires had once been high-ranking members of House Dagoth before their transformation. They retained their intelligence and centuries of combat experience, making them far more dangerous than the lesser creatures encountered so far. The battle against these lieutenants highlighted why traditional forces had failed to breach Dagoth's defenses. The ash vampires wielded weapons infused with divine power that could pierce magical defenses normally impervious to standard attacks. Even more concerning was their ability to rapidly regenerate wounds that would be fatal to mortals healed in moments, forcing the Nerevarine to rely on overwhelming force rather than precise attacks. Most threatening of all were their mind-affecting powers. During combat, both ash vampires attempted to intrude into the Nerevarines' thoughts, inducing confusion, fear, or even a fleeting loyalty to Dagoth. These psychic attacks took the form of seductive whispers, offering power, unity, and freedom from the tribunal's lies. Only Azura's protection and the unique mental resilience provided by the altered corpus prevented these influences from taking hold. With their defeat, the path to Dagoth's inner sanctum lay open. The access tunnels to the heart chamber revealed an increasing fusion of Dwemer machinery with organic elements. Pipes blended into vein-like structures carrying a pulsing substance, synchronized with the distant heartbeat. In some areas, the walls seemed almost alive, reacting subtly to movement and releasing a mist that caused dreamlike visions when inhaled. As the Nerevarine neared the heart chamber, they encountered the partially completed form of Alakina massive construct, inspired by the original Numidium, but altered by Dagoth's own vision. Standing nearly 300 feet tall, the Colossus fused metal with crystallized corpus tissue, giving it a disturbing, lifelike appearance. Its chest cavity remained open, clearly intended to house the heart of Lorcan, the divine power source meant to animate the construct and extend Dagoth's influence across Tamriel. It was in the shadow of this monumental creation that Dagoth finally appeared. Rather than attacking, he emerged from the surrounding mist with arms raised in welcome. His form blended features of his original Chimer self with divine enhancements. Towering above normal Dunmer, his skin bore the golden hue of the ancient Chimer rather than the typical ash gray. His most striking feature was a golden mask that subtly shifted as though reacting to the thoughts beneath it. As the conflict grew more intense, information reached Nerevar about the true purpose behind Kagranak's work. Voron Dagoth, using his wide network of spies across Vardenfell, uncovered the first solid proof of the Dwemer's plans. In the year 1 E700, Voron presented this evidence to the Chimer leadership. He reported that the Dwemer intended to create a new god using the heart of Lorcan. Kagranak was attempting to bind the entire Dwemer race to the heart, transforming them into a single divine being beyond death. This revelation deeply disturbed the Chimer, who saw it as a grave sacrilege. To them, it was not just a denial of the Daedric princes, but an effort to replace them. Wishing to prevent a war, Nerevar sought a diplomatic approach, but a few, those particularly attuned to Dagoth, retained their minds and gained extraordinary abilities. These individuals became ascended sleepers and ash poets, the intellectual leaders of the Sixth House. This difference illustrated a key part of Dagoth's divine vision, the idea of the House Unmourned. After Dagoth's defeat at Red Mountain and the fall of House Dagoth, the tribunal systematically erased his house from history. Temples were dismantled, records destroyed, and surviving members persecuted until House Dagoth was reduced to whispers in forbidden texts. Dagoth viewed this erasure as a wound in the cultural identity of Morrowind, a missing element in the Dunmer soul. Through his return and the rise of the Sixth House, he sought to restore what had been lost, not just the physical House Dagoth, but the buried aspects of Dunmer identity. The House Unmourned became a symbol of both literal restoration and cultural revival. In his messages to his followers, Dagoth repeatedly stressed this idea of healing and wholeness, portraying the tribunal as false gods who had disrupted the true destiny of the Dunmer. This message strongly resonated with those disillusioned by the tribunal's rule disenfranchised house members, sympathetic Ashlanders, and those whose ambitions were stifled by the rigid structure of temple society. For them, Dagoth's vision was not a descent into corruption, but a path to liberation, and chance to create a new order where past injustices were corrected and new futures were possible. The philosophical basis of this promised liberation was rooted in Dagoth's idea of unity through divine transformation. Unlike the tribunal, who kept a distinct divide between themselves as gods and their followers as worshippers, Dagoth imagined a collective divinity where the line between god and mortal would slowly fade. Through the effects of corpus and shared dreams, his followers would become part of his mind, sharing in his divine essence, while still retaining parts of their individuality. This belief reflected Dagoth's own transformation. His fusion with the heart did not erase who he was, but elevated him into something greater. He believed this same transformation could be extended to all Dunmer, forming a unified divine being centered around the heart of Lorcan, with himself as the core consciousness. In his altered perspective, this was the fulfillment of an ancient destinia, God born from the people, rather than one imposed upon them. The creation of Akulakon, a second Numidium, was meant to be the physical expression of this vision, based on stolen designs from Kagranak's original plans for the Dwemer God machine. Akulakhan was intended to serve as a real-world extension of Dagoth's divine collective. Unlike the first Numidium, which used the mantella as a substitute heart, Akulakhan would be powered directly by the heart of Lorkhan and guided by Dagoth's will. The consequences of this plan would have gone far beyond Morrowind. If Akulakhan had been completed and activated, it would have fundamentally disrupted the metaphysical structure of Tamriel. A divine construct powered by the heart and directed by a consciousness already fused with it could have altered reality to a degree exceeding even the original Numidium's effects during the warp in the West. Imperial battle mages concluded that such a being might even be capable of rewriting the very nature of Mundus. This immense potential explains the fierce resistance from both the Tribunal and Daedric forces. To the Tribunal, Dagoth wasn't just another god, but a threat to their concept of divinity and the social order it upheld. To Azura, who guided the opposition through prophecy, Dagoth's plans endangered the Daedric influence that had shaped Dunmer society since their departure from Somerset. The climax of this metaphysical conflict occurred in 3E 427 with the arrival of the Nerevarine. Whether truly Nerevar reborn, or simply someone fulfilling the prophecy, this figure introduced a third spiritual path, distinct from both Dagoth and the Tribunal. While the Tribunal gained godhood by using tools on the heart, and Dagoth became divine through merging with it, the Nerevarine achieved mythic significance through mantling, fulfilling a prophetic role tied to Nerevar's original mission. This mantling gave the Nerevarine resistance to the degenerative effects of Corpus while keeping its divine advantages, effectively enabling them to face Dagoth as an equal. More importantly, it allowed them to reject both forms of divinity based on the heart. Instead of drawing power from the heart, the Nerevarine used Kagranak's tools to sever its ties to both Dagoth and the Tribunal. This act was metaphysically profound. By destroying the enchantments binding the heart, rather than exploiting its power, the Nerevarine dismissed both the controlled divine power of the Tribunal and Dagoth's transformative fusion. This reset the spiritual order, allowing for a return to older practices, whether through ancestor worship among the Ashlanders or a reformed tribunal temple that recognized its saints as mortal. Dagoth's end revealed the weakness in his version of divinity. Once the heart was unbound and vanished from the world, his consciousness so deeply tied to it could no longer survive on its own. Prolonged exposure to blight on Vardenfell caused several native species to become more aggressive and undergo physical changes that made them more dangerous. Nyx hounds developed additional chitin armor and stronger venom. Quama workers grew to the size of warriors and became highly aggressive. Even normally passive creatures like the Netch turned into territorial predators with enhanced healing abilities. Hunting parties from House Redoran recorded these changes in detailed reports. One report from the year 3E 415 described an encounter with blight-infected cliff racers. These creatures had grown larger, with wingspans increased by about a third, and skin showing hardened, scale-like patches. Most troubling was their coordinated behavior once solitary. They now hunted in sync as if controlled by a single mind. This behavior revealed a deeper effect of the blight. Beyond physical mutations, the storms carried psychic traces of Dagoth-Ur's mind. Prolonged contact caused creatures and people alike to become attuned to his influence, creating a subtle connection. For wildlife, this resulted in aggressive behavior, territorial expansion, and primitive coordination that exceeded normal species behavior. For the local Dunmer, the effects were more psychological. Frequent exposure to blight storms led to vivid dreams centered on Red Mountain and a figure with a golden mask speaking in persuasive riddles. These dreams often included forbidden knowledge about House Dagoth and veiled criticisms of the tribunal, aligning with doubts already held by the dreamers. Temple healers observed lasting changes in the brain activity of those affected, even while awake. By 3E420, as the ghost fence neared completion, the pattern of blight storms showed that they were not randomly dispersed. Instead, they followed paths linked to old House Dagoth lands and sites tied to Dagoth-Ur's past, suggesting a strategic attempt to restore the house's influence. The ghost fence, once active, successfully contained the worst of the blight, but it wasn't perfect. Its height couldn't stop high-altitude particles during major Red Mountain eruptions, and necessary openings in the barrier allowed some contamination through during severe storms. By 3E427, almost all of Vardenfell had been exposed to the blight to some extent, with areas closest to Red Mountain experiencing almost constant contamination. This gradually altered the island's ecosystem in ways that supported Dagoth-Ur's spread and strengthened the presence of his most devastating weapon Corpus disease. The first known case of Corpus was recorded in 3E382 in an Ashlander camp near where the ghost fence would later be built. A young hunter named Asaba Bentis returned from Red Mountain with skin irritation and troubling dreams. His condition worsened rapidly. Tumorous growths erupted on his skin, exposing red crystalline tissue beneath. His mind fluctuated between a catatonic state and uncontrollable rage. Recognizing that the illness was beyond their ability to treat, tribal healers brought him to the temple at Ghostgate. Certain species native to Vardenfell that were exposed to prolonged blight contamination exhibited increased aggression and physical changes, making them significantly more dangerous. Nyx hounds developed additional chitinous armor and more powerful venom glands. Quama workers grew to the size of warriors and became highly aggressive. Even the normally passive Alet turned into territorial predators with improved regenerative abilities. Hunting parties from House Redoran recorded these transformations in reports submitted to their council. One report from the year 3E415 described an encounter with blight-infected cliff racers. These creatures had wingspans increased by at least a third, and showed patches of hardened, scale-like skin. Most alarmingly, they attacked in coordinated formations, acting in unison as if guided by a shared consciousness. This behavior pointed to a deeper effect of the blight. Beyond physical alterations, the blight storms carried psychic imprints of Dagoth's mind. Prolonged exposure attuned creatures to his mental influence, subtly connecting them to his will. In animals, this led to behavioral changes that mirrored Dagoth's desires, increased aggression, expansion into new territories, and even basic coordination beyond their natural abilities. Among the Dunmer, the psychological effects were more complex. People frequently exposed to the blight reported intense dreams of Red Mountain and a golden-masked figure who spoke in cryptic, persuasive messages. These dreams often included hidden knowledge about House Dagoth and veiled criticisms of the tribunal, aligning with doubts already present in the dreamers. Temple healers observed altered brain activity in these individuals, even while awake. suggesting lasting changes from these dreams. By 3E420, as the ghost fence neared completion, the distribution of blight storms revealed a pattern tied to Dagoth's strategy. Instead of spreading evenly from Red Mountain, the storms followed paths aligned with former House Dagoth territories and historically important locations from Dagoth's life. This indicated a deliberate effort to reclaim influence through environmental control. Although the ghost fence eventually contained the most severe blight manifestations, it could not completely stop the storms. High-altitude particles bypassed the barrier during strong eruptions, and openings for necessary travel allowed some contamination to escape during extreme weather. By 3E427, most of Vardenfell had experienced some level of blight exposure, with areas near Red Mountain suffering constant contamination. The long-term result was an altered ecosystem increasingly shaped by Dagoth's presence and the spread of his most dangerous creation, the Corpus disease. The first known case of Corpus was recorded in 3E382 in an Ashlander camp near what would later become the Ghost Fence. A young hunter named Asaba Bentis returned from Red Mountain with irritated skin and disturbing dreams. His condition rapidly declined, showing tumorous growths that ruptured to reveal fibrous, red crystalline tissue. His mental state fluctuated between unresponsiveness and violent outbursts. Local healers, unable to treat him, brought him to the temple at Ghost Gate for care. Here is the paraphrased version of your text in plain English. The healers recorded the worsening of his symptoms with increasing alarm. The growths continued to spread until they covered most of his body, while his limbs grew unnaturally long. Most unsettling were the moments when the patient briefly regained clarity, speaking about joining a family and the awakening of a sleeper, before reverting to a violent state. When traditional healing magic and alchemical remedies failed, temple officials isolated him and began using experimental methods. Restoration spells could only temporarily slow the physical changes, not reverse them. Efforts to destroy the disease with fire-based magic backfired, as the crystalline structures absorbed and redirected the magical energy, speeding up the transformation. With all options exhausted, the healers were forced to end the patient's life through physical means, concluding that death was the only true escape from the divine disease. This first case established a pattern seen in future corpus infections. The disease followed clear stages, starting with skin irritation and disturbing dreams, followed by small tumorous growths, usually on the face and limbs. As these growths expanded, victims gained greater physical strength and endurance, but lost mental clarity. In the final stage, they became massively deformed, nearly lost all recognizable intelligence, and appeared immortal. Corpus victims stopped aging and developed extraordinary healing abilities, making them very difficult to kill. Initially, the temple classified Corpus as a particularly dangerous divine disease linked to old enemies of the tribunal. Early containment focused on isolating the infected and preventing physical contact, which seemed to be the main way it spread. These efforts were somewhat successful, but failed to address the disease's ability to transmit through airborne spores released by late-stage victims, a trait not discovered until 3,400. Further study revealed that Corpus was a metaphysical contagion, a form of divine energy shaped through a specific consciousness and given physical form. The tumors contained trace elements like those found in certain ancient artifacts, indicating a direct link to a powerful source. This discovery led the temple to reclassify corpus as a divine disease connected to a specific force, and stricter containment procedures were put in place. The infected were no longer treated as patients but as carriers of this influence, to be isolated and studied rather than cured. Special facilities were created in remote areas, particularly one beneath Talur, where a wizard collected victims for research. These studies revealed a deeply unsettling truth. Corpus seemed to grant immortality. Victims who survived the early transformation no longer aged or deteriorated naturally. Their wounds healed at remarkable speeds, and they became immune to other diseases. Some even survived extreme conditions that would kill normal individuals, such as prolonged submersion, severe injuries, and exposure to poisons. This combination of immortality, mental decline, and physical transformation revealed a deeper purpose behind the disease. It was not merely a weapon, but a distorted gift offering eternal life, while binding recipients to the disease's source of power. In communications with his followers, the source referred to Corpus as a blessing and a path to unity, presenting the horrifying transformations as necessary for achieving a higher collective state of being. The creation of specialized Corpus entities highlighted this purpose. While most victims turned into mindless beasts, a few underwent controlled changes. These individuals, often connected to the source through dreams or lineage, retained parts of their original intelligence and gained unique abilities linked to the divine power. One of the most notable specialized forms of the infected were the Ascended Sleepers individuals, whose transformation followed a distinct pattern shaped by direct influence. Unlike typical corpus-infected creatures, these beings retained their intellect and could transmit dreams to others. Physically, they developed unique traits, such as elongated limbs, facial tentacles, and crystalline formations that channeled divine energy. They served as commanders in the field, directing lesser infected beings and managing the creation of shrines beyond Red Mountain. Even more exceptional were the Ash Poet's advanced victims, whose transformation sharpened rather than diminished their minds. These rare individuals experienced a form of spiritual enlightenment, allowing them to connect with divine consciousness. They composed the central texts of the belief system, combining direct instructions with metaphysical elements designed to alter the reader's mind and make them more open to influence. This structured transformation revealed a broader vision for the future, a collective consciousness composed of different forms serving various roles. At the top were the Ash Vampires, beings directly infused with divine essence. Below them, Ascended Sleepers and Ash Poets formed the administrative core, maintaining communication between the central force and the lesser ranks. Regular Corpus infected served as workers and soldiers, while new infections among the population continuously replenished their numbers. This system of infection expanded rapidly in the years leading up to 3E427. Bases spread across the region acted as hubs for infection, where selected individuals were deliberately exposed to spores. These locations included specialized chambers where new victims were guided through the initial stages of transformation, steered by Ascended Sleepers, using dream transmission to shape the outcome. The spread of the disease followed a clear strategy, initially targeting areas historically tied to the organizations, especially in northern regions and locations near ancient tombs. Once these areas were secured, the infection moved toward political centers such as Ballora, Aldrin, and eventually the edges of the capital city. This pattern suggested an effort to challenge religious authority by exposing its inability to control the outbreak. By 3E425, the rebirth of the organization as a cult had become the most effective way to extend influence beyond the central mountain. Unlike the uncontrolled spread of disease, the cult worked with deliberate planning, building a hidden network that infiltrated society at every level while remaining mostly undetected by religious leaders. Its structure resembled the traditional hierarchy of noble houses, but included profound spiritual elements. At the top was the central figure, functioning as the unifying consciousness. Directly beneath were the ash vampires extensions of that consciousness, each assigned to specific duties and bearing a shared name followed by a unique title. Though primarily based within the mountain, they occasionally left for critical tasks, and their rare appearances outside were enough to inspire fear across the land. Accounts described them as tall, ash-colored figures, clad in ornate masks and robes marked with their symbol. Their movements suggested unnatural strength and grace, and their voices reportedly caused confusion in listeners. Despite being linked by a single mind, each ash vampire had a distinct role and identity. Dagoth Audros was responsible for military activities, organizing the movements of infected creatures and cult members across Vardenfell. Dagoth Vane managed the creation and upkeep of shrines, ensuring rituals were properly carried out to strengthen the bond between Dagoth and his followers. Dagoth Gars handled recruitment, identifying potential members through dream interpretation and initiating their indoctrination. Beneath the ash vampires in rank were the Ascended Sleepers' Advanced Corpus victims, whose transformation preserved their minds while granting them supernatural powers. These individuals acted as field commanders, each in charge of a specific region or mission. They were easily recognizable by their stretched limbs and tentacle-like facial features. Ascended Sleepers could project Dagoth's dream messages to others, enabling recruitment and coordination without physical presence. Next in the hierarchy were the Dream Zealots, also known as Ash Poets. They had undergone limited transformation that enhanced their mental abilities while keeping their appearance mostly unchanged. This allowed them to blend into Dunmer society while remaining mentally linked to Dagoth. Dream Zealots wrote the verses that made up the cult's doctrine and worked as recruiters, identifying potential followers through subtle conversations and dream readings. Most cult members were known as Sleeper Sordinary Dunmer in the early stages of influence. They kept their normal routines and appearances but experienced more frequent dreams connected to Dagoth. Physical symptoms were minor, usually just sleeplessness and slight skin discoloration, often dismissed as stress-related. Sleepers acted as the cult's informants, gathering intelligence and spotting new recruits while avoiding detection by temple authorities. At the bottom were the dreamers, those whose connection had progressed to noticeable changes in behavior, but without physical transformation. Dreamers typically left their old lives behind and traveled to cult locations, serving as workers or guards. Their mental states alternated between clarity and trances, during which they communicated directly with Dagoth's consciousness. This structure allowed the cult to grow throughout Vardenfell in a controlled manner. Recruitment usually began with dreams, initially symbolic, featuring Red Mountain and the Golden Mask, then becoming more explicit as the individual became more receptive. These dreams targeted specific groups, such as those with ties to House Dagoth, people disillusioned with the tribunal temple, or those psychologically vulnerable. Research into the dream phenomenon revealed patterns among those affected. Individuals born under certain constellations, especially the Shadow and the Tower, were more responsive to these dreams. Genetic factors also mattered. Descendants of House Dagoth were more prone to vivid and persuasive dreams even generations later. The temple's greatest concern was the discovery that being near cult artifacts heightened dream susceptibility, even in those usually resistant. These artifacts were key to the cult's spread. Small shrines, placed in caves, tombs, and abandoned places, contained objects imbued with Dagoth's power. The most common were ash statues, volcanic stone figurines of a robed figure with a golden mask. These statues gave off subtle magical energy that affected nearby sleepers, making them more open to dream communication and gradually pulling them deeper into the cult. The placement of these statues followed a specific and intentional pattern. Cult members placed these items in the homes of potential followers, often disguised as traditional, ancestral worship objects. In cities, statues appeared in back rooms of small clubs and trade businesses, influencing workers and customers who spent extended time nearby. By 3E427, reports from the Rioran Guard showed that ash statues had been found in nearly every town on Vardenfell, with especially high numbers in Bomra and the outskirts of Vivek City. Soul gems were another kind of artifact used by the cult, serving more specific roles. Unlike typical soul gems used for enchantments, these held fragments of Dagoth Heir's mind instead of trapped souls. They acted as communication tools, letting higher-ranking cult members like dream zealots and ascended sleepers coordinate without using normal magical channels, which could be monitored by religious authorities. The most powerful artifacts were tools created by Dagoth himself. These were ordinary objects transformed through rituals that drew divine energy directly from him. Examples included daggers that caused the disease corpus, amulets that boosted dream-based communication, and masks that provided partial resistance to temple magic. These rare items were usually in the possession of top cult leaders and used during missions requiring direct conflict with temple forces. The cult's religious activities focused on the idea of the new dreamer, a shared Dunmer consciousness linked to Dagoth and through him to the heart of Lorcan. Rituals were aimed at deepening this link through shared dreaming, controlled intake of corpus-influenced substances, and reflection on dream-based writings composed by ash poets. A typical shrine contained specific elements arranged to resonate with the heart chamber under Red Mountain. At the center was a bellhammer used to strike special chimes that produced tones discovered by Kagranak in his studies of the heart. Around this were ash statues, soul gems, and ritual containers holding corpus-based substances. The walls were decorated with symbols, including images of Red Mountain erupting with golden light, abstract designs from Dagoth's dream verses, and, in more established sites, murals telling the cult's version of the Red Mountain conflict. This version depicted Dagoth as a loyal protector betrayed by the tribunal, who, according to the cult, killed Nerevar and stole divine power that was never rightfully theirs. Rituals varied based on one's rank within the cult. Lower members, called sleepers and dreamers, practiced passive worship, resting near ash statues to strengthen their dream link. and occasionally consuming small amounts of corpus elixirs to begin transformation. Dream zealots led more active ceremonies, writing and reciting dream verses to alter awareness and handling stronger corpus materials. At the top, ascended sleepers performed rituals that directly channeled Dagoth-Ur's power. These included creating new ash statues, turning normal items into divine tools, and occasionally guiding cultists through transformation into specialized corpus forms. Such high-level rites needed certain astronomical conditions and often occurred during periods of volcanic activity from Red Mountain. The spread of the cult's influence, referred to as the sleeping, followed clear patterns revealing Dagoth's strategy. Recruitment began with those connected to the original House Dagoth, many of whom were naturally more receptive. These early members set up cult centers in remote areas tied to House Dagoth's history. As the cult grew, it focused on strategic targets within Vardenfell society. House servants and minor retainers gave access to powerful families and enabled the planting of ash statues and the collection of information. Merchants and caravan guards helped distribute artifacts and reported on military and temple activity across the region. Some temple members fell under Dagoth's influence, offering early warnings about investigations and sometimes sabotaging efforts to contain the threat. By the year 3E425, the Sixth House had built a network of bases across Vardenfell, each serving specific roles in Dagoth's larger plan. Major bases like Kagranek's former capital housed facilities for producing ash statues and refining substances derived from Corpus. Medium-sized outposts, located in ancestral tombs and caves, acted as regional coordination hubs where cult followers could meet in secret. The smallest sites, often just hidden shrines in abandoned buildings, served as recruitment centers for new converts. The placement of these bases revealed Dagoth's territorial goals. The densest concentration was found in the northern Ashlands and West Gash regions once held by House Dagoth. Additional clusters appeared near political centers like Balmora, Aldrun, and the routes to Vivek City, aiming to destabilize local authority. Most troubling to the Empire was the presence of the Sixth House in places like Ebonheart and other administrative centers. Reports from the East Empire Company mentioned strange dreams affecting dock workers, while Imperial Legion officers observed odd behavior among troops on warehouse duty. These smaller footholds indicated Dagoth's awareness of an intent to undermine both Imperial rule and temple control. The cult's strategy was subtle. Rather than directly opposing temple leadership, they eroded its authority quietly. Their dream sending targeted those who already doubted the tribunal's divinity, offering a spiritual alternative that aligned with suppressed elements of Dunmer heritage. Ash statues would appear in areas with weak temple presence, spreading influence into neglected regions. Deep beneath Red Mountain, lit by the red glow of the heart of Lorcan, Dagoth worked on his ultimate creation, Akulakan, the second Numidium. Ash vampires and sleeper agents transported materials from all over Vardenfell to the secret construction site. Unlike the original Dwemer construct, this new machine blended organic and mechanical parts, symbolizing Dagoth's belief in merging flesh with divine power. Akulakan's design was based on Kagranak's original Numidium plans, which Dagoth had studied for centuries, but he made significant changes. Instead of the mantella, Akulakan would draw power directly from the heart of Lorcan, guided by Dagoth's own will. Standing roughly 300 feet tall, Akulakan's body was built from Dwemer metals, volcanic stone, and crystallized corpus tissue. Its chest housed a chamber for the heart, surrounded by tonal resonators to spread its power through the construct. Its limbs used scaled-up versions of Dwemer and homunculi joints, allowing for fluid movement despite its size. Dagoth's writings recovered from Kagranak's ruins after his defeat revealed Akulakan's intended purpose, a weapon and a symbol of divine will, capable of spreading power across Tamriel and embodying a new vision of unity for the Dunmer. In Dagoth's warped view, Akulakan would lead Morrowind's transformation and drive out all foreign influence. The pace of construction showed his growing urgency. The early stages of the project began around the year 3E400, progressing steadily as materials were collected and the foundation was laid. By 3E420, development accelerated significantly, with operations increasingly centered on acquiring specific resources needed to complete the construct. Patrol reports noted increased activity around ancient ruins, especially those housing workshops once used to produce the unique metals required for building advanced constructs. Intelligence sources indicated that the project might have been finished by 3E429, if not for outside interference. This projected timeline corresponded with celestial alignments referenced in ancient poetic texts, which mentioned a configuration that would enhance the connection between the construct and a powerful source of energy. The plan was to activate the construct during this alignment to maximize its effectiveness in the opening phase of a campaign against both local deities and foreign powers. The construct was intended to serve as the core element of a larger plan to reshape the region. Upon activation, it would initially target major religious centers and power hubs, including major cities and hidden sanctuaries. Scholars who studied related documents believed the goal was not only to destroy these locations physically, but also to project the creator's consciousness through the construct, weakening or eliminating the divine powers of the local pantheon. After this phase, the construct would be deployed against imperial forces across the region. Due to its immense size and divine power, conventional resistance was expected to be futile, likely leading to a full imperial retreat. Specific military targets were outlined, starting with key forts and installations, and expanding to include all military garrisons in the area. In the third phase, the construct would establish a protective perimeter around the Regiona, a divine barrier meant to prevent unauthorized access. This barrier would go beyond physical obstruction by subjecting intruders to a transformative disease, ensuring that only those willing to join a shared consciousness could enter. Once external threats were eliminated, the construct would be used to transform society itself. It would set up a network of energy emitters across the region, gradually exposing the population to a controlled form of the transformative disease. This process, called the Great Ascension, aimed to systematically convert the population into extensions of a single, unified consciousness. This transformation was envisioned as more than conquest. It was a fundamental restructuring of existence. Individuals would retain aspects of their personality and abilities, but would experience consciousness as part of a larger, interconnected whole. This process would occur in stages, starting with dream-like connections and advancing to physical changes that allowed the body to channel divine energy. The final state of transformation was described in terms reflecting a unique interpretation of unity. a collective existence where individuality persisted within a greater whole. Physical boundaries would dissolve just as mental ones had begun to, enabling all to access divinity and immortality through the construct's energy source. This vision marked a dramatic departure from traditional religious beliefs. While the tribunal had elevated themselves as deities above their people, Dagoth proposed a more equal approach to divinity shared among all Dunmer through their bond with him. This idea resonated with suppressed aspects of ancient Khemri traditions, especially the focus on collective spiritual experience that had once defined their religious practices before the tribunal's rise. However, for non-Dunmer populations, Dagoth's plans were far less generous. Intelligence reports from House Riorin revealed that he viewed other races as fundamentally incompatible with his vision for a unified Morrowind. Outsiders were given 3 options: leave voluntarily, face execution, or be subjected to uncontrolled corpus infection, turning them into mindless servants instead of conscious members of the collective. Dagoth's exclusionary stance was rooted in his experiences during the First Era, when technological advances by the Dwemer and invasions by Nordic forces threatened Khemri cultural identity. His worldview remained fixed in those past conflicts, interpreting the Empire's presence in Morrowind as just the latest in a long line of foreign interferences preventing the Dunmer from fulfilling their true destiny. Through the use of Akulahan and the transformation of the Dunmer, Dagoth aimed to end this cycle permanently by creating a society immune to conquest or cultural erosion. The economic plans accompanying Dagoth's vision combined practical needs with his broader metaphysical goals. Documents from the Sixth House described a new economic system in which traditional house structures would be replaced by function-based collectives linked directly to Dagoth's mind. These collectives would ensure Morrowind's independence through sustained farming, mining, and specialized crafting. However, trade with outside regions would be heavily limited, confined to resources not found within Morrowind, reflecting both security concerns and a desire to avoid foreign cultural influence. This model depended on the advantages provided by the Dunmer transformation: improved physical strength, flawless coordination through shared consciousness, and immortality, which would allow skill development over centuries. Military planning documents from Kagranak's facility outlined how the transformed Dunmer would defend this new society. The first line of defense would be Akulakan itself, capable of direct action during major attacks. Backing it would be specially designed corpus creatures, combining the strength and resilience of advanced corpus with preserved tactical thinking and combat skills. Behind them stood the transformed Dunmer masses, their bodies resistant to normal weapons and capable of rapid regeneration. The shared mind would enable real-time battlefield adaptation and perfect coordination, leading Dagoth to believe that even a full Imperial invasion would ultimately fail. Culturally, Dagoth's plans were complex, despite their unsettling basis. Instead of erasing Dunmer traditions, he aimed to revive and reshape them, particularly those suppressed by the Tribunal Temple. Ancient Khemri, artistic, architectural, and literary traditions would be restored and reinterpreted through the lens of the collective. Creative work would still exist, but would focus on celebrating divine unity rather than personal expression. Perhaps the most telling sign of Dagoth's ambitions were plans discussing expansion beyond Morrowind. After securing the province and transforming its people, Future stages of his plan envisioned a gradual extension into surrounding territories. Black Marsh was identified as the first target due to its isolation and lack of imperial oversight, making it susceptible to infiltration by agents of the Sixth House spreading the Corpus disease. Similarly, eastern Skyrim would be targeted, with dreams sent to influence the Nord population near the Morrowind border. These expansion efforts were projected to span centuries, reflecting Dagoth's belief in the lasting power granted by his transformation. The plans outlined a slow and deliberate strategy of infiltration, converting key figures and establishing Sixth House strongholds to act as points of transmission for Corpus beyond Morrowind. The ultimate objective was the transformation of all Tamriel into a single consciousness under Dagoth's control. Though expected to take thousands of years, this goal was seen as achievable thanks to the advantages of immortality and a unified purpose. The most concerning part of these strategies involved eventual conflict with Daedric princes. Dagoth anticipated that his envisioned collective godhood would grow powerful enough to rival these entities, especially as more individuals were absorbed into the shared mind. Several records analyzed specific princes and proposed ways to undermine their presence in Morrowind, starting with Azura, Mephala, and Boethia are those most influential in Dunmer belief. This challenge to Daedric authority revealed the extent of Dagoth's ambition. After experiencing divine power through his link to the heart, he began to see even the princes as competitors rather than untouchable forces. The success of the tribunal in reducing Daedric worship had further convinced him that, with enough power drawn from the heart and magnified through a network of unified Dunmer minds, he could position himself as the sole divine force in Morrowind and beyond. The term Sharamat frequently appears in ancient Velothi writings, though its meaning was obscured under tribunal rule. Temple leaders deliberately suppressed references to it, aware of its association with prophecies that threatened their authority. In original Velothi traditions, the Charamat symbolized a false incarnate someone claiming divine status through corrupted power. Ashlander oral histories preserved these accounts through generations despite persecution. These stories describe the Sharamat as one who ruled from a stolen throne, wearing divinity like a disguise. The prophecies warned that this figure would speak with a golden voice, promising unity and strength while hiding their role in erasing cultural identity. Dagoth fit this image disturbingly well. His golden mask embodied the golden voice, and his claims of divine right through the heart paralleled the Charamat's usurpation. Most striking was his vision of unity through transformation, echoing predictions that the Sharamat would merge many into one and speak of flesh joined with mind. The earliest prophecy concerning the Sharamat appears in the Strider's Almanac, a first-era text linked to an anonymous Ashlander wise woman, preserved in fragments by House Redoran. It established the core idea of the Sharamat and the Nerevarine as opposing forces. According to the prophecy, when the Sharamat rose from beneath the mountain, cloaked in stolen divinity, the incarnate would return. This incarnate would be neither native nor foreign-born, but someone who had died and been reborn to challenge the false dreamer. Only when both the land and its people were healed would peace return to the children of Veloth. This prophecy set the framework for later Nerevarine texts, defining Dagoth and the Nerevarine as symbolic opposite zones standing for false unity through corruption, the other for true restoration through sacrifice and endurance. Azura played a crucial role in shaping and preserving these prophecies. After the betrayal at Red Mountain by the Tribunal, she appeared and delivered a powerful curse that changed the golden-skinned Chimer into the gray-skinned Dunmer. This transformation served as a lasting reminder of their broken promise to Nerevar. More importantly, she foretold that Nerevar would return to correct the wrongs and reveal the Tribunal's lies. The original prophecy focused on the Tribunal's betrayal, not mentioning Dagoth. But as Dagoth's awareness re-emerged beneath Red Mountain during the late Second Era, the prophecy was updated to reflect this growing threat. Ashlander wise women began receiving dreams warning of the sleeper and the dreamer, who would deceive the Dunmer with promises of false unity. By the early Third Era, the prophecy had become a structured set of trials and signs to identify the true incarnate. These signs included being born on a specific day to unknown parents, being an outsider who would still be accepted by the Velothi, and, most notably, being immune to the disease known as Corpus. This immunity symbolized a spiritual counter to Dagoth's divine power, which spread through the disease. The true incarnate would overcome Dagoth not just in battle, but by embodying a different path to divine power. Dagoth's awareness of the prophecies grew slowly over time. Initially, he dismissed them as lies spread by the Tribunal to keep control over the Dunmer. Early dreams from him made no mention of the incarnate, instead aiming to erode belief in the Tribunal and present himself as the rightful heir to ancient traditions. But by 3E400, documents from the Sixth House show that Dagoth began taking the prophecies more seriously. As his influence spread through dreamers across Vardenfell, more people began claiming to be the incarnate. Most were frauds or mistaken, but their presence showed that belief in the prophecy was spreading and threatening Dagoth's claims. The first documented action against a potential incarnate happened in 3E410, when Dagoth Adris sent cultists to kill a former buoyant armiger named Dilris Favlim. Favlim claimed Azura had revealed he was Nerevar reborn and began gathering followers. Before his movement could grow, he was poisoned with a fast-acting strain of Corpus to ensure he would die quickly and not become a martyr. This set the precedent for Dagoth's strategy. Eliminate possible incarnates before they could fulfill enough of the prophecy to become threats. Between 3E410 and 3E427, at least 7 individuals claiming to be the incarnate were killed by the Sixth House. The methods used were meant to discredit them rather than make them martyrsome, were made to look like criminals, while others were allowed to succumb to Corpus in public. At the same time, Dagoth began including anti-incarnate themes in his dream messages. These dreams, reported by temple spies, included visions of false incarnates, leading followers to ruin, and claimed that the real Nerevar had already returned as Dagoth himself. This propaganda was designed to confuse believers and redirect their faith toward the Sixth House. The most advanced part of this counter-prophecy effort was found in writings recovered from Kagranak's stronghold. These texts proposed a new version of history, where Nerevar and Dagoth had formed a spiritual bond before the events at Red Mountain. In this version, Dagoth's return wasn't a contradiction of the prophecy, but its true fulfillment. At the same time, the Outlander was gaining physical power to match the enhanced followers of Dagoth. Dagoth's reaction to this shift showed his growing worry that the prophecy might be coming true. Dreams and visions spread more intensely across Vardenfell, with sleepers and dreamers in major towns becoming increasingly disruptive. Sixth House bases increased their output of ash statues and special weapons, and ash vampires, who usually stayed near Red Mountain, began appearing in key locations to bolster defenses against the possible rise of the Nerevarine. Most importantly, Dagoth sped up work on Akulakan, realizing that if the prophecy was unfolding, his time to complete his plan might be running out. Sixth House operations moved from slow expansion to urgently completing important goals, especially those involving materials needed to activate the second Numidium. The spiritual meaning of the Nerevarine prophecies went beyond the struggle between Dagoth and the Outlander, fulfilling Azura's predictions. At their heart, the prophecies reflected opposing views of what it meant to be Dunmer. Dagoth offered unity through transformation, fusing all Dunmer into a single mind connected to the heart of Lorcan. The Nerevarine stood for healing and restoration through preserving individuality, honoring cultural traditions and ties to ancestors in Daedra. This contrast also showed in how each approached divinity. Dagoth sought to spread his godhood across all Dunmer, creating a shared divine being centered on himself. The Nerevarine, however, did not seek godhood, but rather the restoration of the correct balance between mortals and divine forces, ancestral spirits, Daedric princes, or a tribunal returned to their mortal roles. As the final clash neared, Dagoth made one last effort to change the prophecy's path. Through dreams, he offered the Nerevarine a chance to join him, to share divine power and help shape the future Morrowind. This offer, recorded in temple archives from the Neravarine's later account, showed Dagoth's hope that the prophecy might be fulfilled through alliance instead of battle if he could win the Nerevarine over. The refusal of this offer led directly to their final battle in the Heart Chamber beneath Red Mountain. There, amidst the incomplete form of Akulakan, and with the spiritual opposition embodied in the heart of Lorcan, the Nerevarine and Dagoth would decide the fate not just of Morrowind, but possibly all of Tamriel. The ancient prophecies that had shaped Dunmer belief for generations would reach their end, though not in the way either Azura or Dagoth had foreseen. The journey into the depths of Red Mountain began at dawn. The Nerevarine, carrying Kagranak's tools and clad in enchanted armor, stepped through the final gate as ash-laden winds swirled around the ancient tribunal stronghold. Buoyant Armiger guards stood watch, their faces showing both hope and uncertainty as they watched the foretold hero enter a place that had resisted all who came before. The outer slopes of Red Mountain posed the first trial. Blight storms grew fiercer as the Nerevarine climbed, cutting visibility and filling the air with corrosive particles that would have burned unprotected skin. The altered Corpus granted immunity and allowed steady progress where others would have failed. Twisted cliff racers, shaped by long exposure to the blight, circled with unnatural precision, as though controlled by a shared will. The entrance to Dagoth's domain lay within a fissure caused by a violent eruption years ago, known from temple records as the Facility Cavern. These texts gave little clue as to what lay beyond, but as the Nerevarine descended, the air itself shifted, becoming heavier, warmer, and tinged with the metallic taste that marked places where the veil between the physical world and divine forces had worn thin. At the same time, the Outlander gained physical abilities strong enough to match Dagoth's enhanced followers. Dagoth's reaction to this showed his increasing worry that the prophecy might be coming true. Dream sendings across Vivardenfell became more intense, with sleepers and dreamers in key towns growing more disruptive. The Sixth House ramped up the production of ash statues and specialized weapons, and ash vampires who rarely left. Red Mountain started appearing in key locations to strengthen defenses against the possible approach of the Nerevarine. Most notably, Dagoth hastened work on Akulakhan, realizing that if the prophecies were indeed unfolding, he might be running out of time to complete his larger plan. The Sixth House shifted focus from slow expansion to urgently finishing important tasks, especially those linked to gathering materials needed to activate the second Numidium. The religious meaning of the Nerevarine prophecies extended beyond the immediate struggle between Dagoth and the Outlander, fulfilling ancient predictions. At their core, the prophecies reflected conflicting ideas about Dunmer identity and future. Dagoth promoted unity through transformation, blending all Dunmer into a single shared consciousness tied to the heart of Lorkhan. The Nerevarine, by contrast, stood for restoration through individuality, healing cultural wounds, while keeping personal identity and honoring traditional ties to ancestors in Daedra. This deep contrast showed in their views on divinity. Dagoth aimed to expand his own godhood to include all Dunmer, forming a collective godlike being with himself at the center. The Nerevarine did not seek godhood, but aimed to restore a proper relationship between mortals and divine forces, whether ancestral spirits, Daedric princes, or a tribunal returned to mortal understanding. As the final confrontation drew near, Dagoth made a last attempt to alter the course of prophecy. Through dreams, he offered the Nerevarine a chance to join him as a partner instead of an enemy, to share his divine power and help shape the new vision of Morrowind. This offer, later recorded in temple writings based on the Nerevarines' account, showed that Dagoth believed the prophecy might still be fulfilled through alliance rather than battle if he could win over the prophesied hero. The refusal of this offer led directly to their final clash in the heart chamber beneath Red Mountain. There, surrounded by the partially finished form of Akulakhan, the opposing visions, represented by Dagoth and the Nerevarine, would decide the fate of not just Morrowind, but possibly all of Tamriel. The long foretold prophecies that had shaped Dunmer faith for generations were coming to their end, though not in a way fully foreseen by either Azura or Dagoth. The journey into Red Mountain's depths began at dawn. The Nerevarine, armed with Kagranak's tools and wearing enchanted armor, passed through the final gate as ashen winds swirled around the ancient fort. Guards of the buoyant armigers stood watch, their faces a mix of hope and doubt as they saw the prophesied figure enter land that had been lost for generations. The lower slopes of Red Mountain posed the first major challenge. Blight storms grew stronger as the Nerevarine climbed, cutting visibility to a few feet and carrying acidic particles that would have badly burned normal skin. The altered corpus disease provided protection, allowing progress where others would have failed. Overhead, cliff racers twisted by long exposure to the blight moved with unnatural coordination, as if guided by a shared mind. The entrance to Dagoth's domain was hidden in a crack formed by a violent eruption decades ago. Temple archives called it the Facility Cavern. These records offered little detail about what lay beyond the tight passage. As the Nerevarine descended, the air itself seemed to change, growing warmer, heavier, and filled with the metallic tang often found where the barrier between the ordinary world and divine presence had grown thin. The cavern housing the facility revealed the first signs of Dagoth's larger plan. Massive Dwemer pipes, some ancient and others newly built by Sixth House followers, stretched across the ceiling. These channels carried energy from the heart chamber to different areas, powering machines used in the construction of Olokin. The hum of tonal architecture filled the space, creating vibrations that subtly influenced the mind, causing disorientation in those not aligned with Dagoth's consciousness. Ash creatures patrolled the corridors, moving with an eerie precision typical of beings linked by a shared mind. Unlike the mindless violence of other creatures found on Vardenfell, these guards used tactics, flanking maneuvers, strategic retreats, and prioritization of threats, suggesting the nearby presence of more powerful Sixth House leaders. The first of these leaders appeared in the chamber known as the Antechamber, where Dagoth Audro and Dagoth Vane waited with a guard of ascended sleepers. These ash vampires, once honored members of House Dagoth before their transformation, retained their intelligence and centuries of combat skill, making them far more formidable than previous enemies. The battle with these lieutenants showed why regular forces had failed to breach Dagoth's defenses. The vampires fought with weapons empowered by their master's divine energy, capable of bypassing magical protections that would stop ordinary weapons. Even more concerning was their ability to regenerate rapidly, recovering from deadly wounds within seconds. This forced the Nerevarine to adopt strategies focused on overwhelming force rather than precision. Most dangerous were their mind-influencing powers. During combat, both ash vampires tried to invade the Nerevarines' thoughts, aiming to cause confusion, fear, or even temporary loyalty to Dagoth. These attacks came as intrusive whispers, offering power, unity, and freedom from the Tribunal's lies. Only the combined protection of Azura's blessing and the mental resistance granted by a modified corpus condition prevented these attempts from succeeding. With their defeat, the way to Dagoth's inner sanctum was open. As the Nerevarine advanced through tunnels leading to the heart chamber, there was a clear merging of Dwemer technology with living elements. Pipes intertwined with vein-like structures, carrying a pulsing substance in rhythm with the distant heart. In places, the walls seemed alive, subtly shifting when approached and releasing a mist that induced dreamlike visions when inhaled. The final path led to the incomplete form of Olokin. This giant construct, inspired by the original Numidium, but shaped by Dagoth's vision, stood nearly 300 feet tall. Its metal frame fused with crystallized corpus tissue, giving it a disturbingly organic appearance. Its chest remained open, awaiting the heart of Lorcanthe energy source that would bring the construct to life and spread Dagoth's influence across Tamriel. It was in the shadow of this towering creation that Dagoth made his first appearance. He emerged from the surrounding mist with arms open in a gesture of welcome. His form blended aspects of his original Chimer heritage with divine changes. He was taller than any natural Dunmer, and his skin glowed with the golden tone of the ancient Chimer, rather than the gray common to their descendants. The most striking feature was his mask, a golden face covering that seemed to shift subtly, as if reacting to the thoughts beneath. "I welcome you, old friend," he said, his voice resonating with tones beyond mortal capability. Or should I say Neravaran? The name hardly matters. What matters is that you are here, just as I knew you would be. Contrary to what many historical accounts suggest, the encounter did not begin with conflict, but with a conversation that revealed much about Dagoth beliefs and intentions. Speaking with the calm certainty of one who believed he had already won, he shared his view of the events at Red Mountain, his reawakening, and his hopes for Merowyn's future. His version of history challenged the official narrative of the Tribunal Temple. He did not see himself as a traitor, but as the only true servant of Nerevar, who had followed orders to protect Kagranak's tools while Nerevar sought guidance from Azura. In his telling, the Tribunal killed Nerevar upon his return because he wanted to destroy the tools, as Azura had advised. They then turned on Dagoth, seemingly killing him, but in reality beginning the process that bound him to the heart. Whether his story held any truth, or was simply self-justification, is still debated, but Dagoth believed it entirely. His isolation and deep connection to the heart shaped an unwavering conviction. He saw himself not as a villain, but as Nerevar's rightful heir, striving to undo the betrayal of the Tribunal. He also spoke of his vision for Merowyn, a new race of Dunmer transformed by the Blight into immortal beings connected by a shared consciousness with himself at the center. This change, he claimed, would not erase individuality, but would elevate it, creating a united people immune to sickness, aging, and death. Through Olukin, this consciousness would eventually expand across Tamriel, absorbing or removing other races as necessary. Perhaps most surprising was his offer of alliance to the Naravarine. He reinterpreted the prophecy not as a prediction of his defeat, but as a sign that Nerevar had returned to stand beside him, to heal the break caused by the Tribunal's betrayal. He offered to share his bond with the heart, granting the Naravaran divine power while maintaining their individuality within a greater whole. "We were brothers once in spirit, if not in blood," he said, gesturing to Olukin. "We can be again. The Tribunal stole divinity and kept it for themselves. I offer to share it with all our people, beginning with you. Together, we can build the Merowyn that should have been." This offer was not mere strategy. Surviving writings suggest Dagoth sincerely believed the Neravaran might accept. He had formed a belief system in which their alliance was the true fulfillment of Azura's prophecy. Thus, the refusal of his offer went beyond rejecting an alliance. It was a rejection of his entire vision of unity through transformation. Dagoth's divine form began to fall apart. Unlike the Tribunal, who kept their mortal selves separate from the divine power they drew from the heart, Dagoth had become a god by merging with the artifact. As the heart disappeared from the world, the very source of his being was lost. His body didn't just unraveled, with divine energy fading like mist as the structure holding it together vanished. His final words, spoken as he faded away, showed no anger or fear, just a strange acceptance. "How can this be? This is not how it should have ended. Is this your vengeance, Nerevar? Is this how you repay my faith?" With Dagoth's destruction and the heart's removal, the chamber housing it began to collapse. The Naravarine navigated through falling debris and bursts of energy as the massive structure of Akulakan broke apart, crashing to the ground. The escape through unstable tunnels marked the conclusion of a conflict that had begun thousands of years earlier at the rise of the tribunal. Severing the heart's connection rather than simply killing Dagoth had a deeper meaning. It fulfilled a prophecy not just by ending an enemy, but by correcting the original mistake made after the Battle of Red Mountain. Removing the heart's influence ended both Dagoth's twisted godhood and the tribunal's stolen divinity, restoring the balance Nerevar had once tried to protect. This event reshaped Morrowind's religious and political world. As word of the heart's unbinding spread, its effects were quickly felt. The ghost fence, no longer powered by Vivek's divine energy, began to weaken. Those suffering from Corpus experienced a halt in the disease's progression. Not a cure, but a stop to its advance, as the divine source behind it vanished. Most notably, the tribunal began to feel their divine power fade, forcing them to face mortality after centuries as gods. Dagoth's defeat sent spiritual shockwaves across Vardenfell. As the Nerevarine emerged from Red Mountain, the most visible sign of change was the end of the blight storms. The red-tinged clouds began to vanish, replaced by the normal gray-brown ash storms. Observers at Ghostgate recorded this shift, noting that the strange lightning tied to the blight gradually stopped, leaving only the usual volcanic activity behind. Within weeks, patrols from House Redorn observed ecological changes. Areas worst hit by the blight began to slowly recover as divine corruption faded. Gray, brittle plants began regaining color, though full recovery would take several growing seasons. Water that had been discolored and metallic tasting began to clear as natural filtration resumed in the absence of blight particles. Wildlife responded. Even faster creatures, once driven aggressive by the blight, returned to normal behavior and reclaimed their usual habitats. Dagoth's divine form began to break apart. Unlike the tribunal, who kept their mortal selves separate from the divine power they drew from the heart, Dagoth became a god by merging completely with it. When the heart disappeared from the world, the very core of his being vanished as well. His body didn't just unraveled, with divine energy scattering like mist as the structure sustaining it collapsed. His final words, spoken as his form dissolved, carried no rage or fear, only a strange sense of resignation. How can this be? This isn't how it was meant to end. Is this your revenge? Is this how you repay my faith? As Dagoth vanished and the heart disappeared, the chamber that housed it began to collapse. The Naravaran made their way through falling debris and unstable energy as the massive structure of Akulakan fell apart, crashing into the chamber floor. Escaping through the crumbling tunnels brought an end to a conflict that had begun thousands of years ago with the rise of the tribunal. The act of severing the heart's power, rather than directly killing Dagoth, had greater meaning than simple strategy. It fulfilled Azura's prophecy in its purest form, not just defeating an enemy, but undoing a foundational mistake made after the battle at Red Mountain. By removing the heart's influence from the world, the Naravaran ended Dagoth's corrupted divinity and stripped the tribunal of their unnatural godhood, restoring the balance that had originally been fought for. This event reshaped the religious and political fabric of Morrowind. As word spread that the heart had been unbound, its effects became immediately visible. The ghost fence, once powered by divine energy, began to weaken. Victims of Corpus across Vardenfell saw their conditions stabilize, though not cured. The disease no longer advanced as its divine source faded. Most notably, the tribunal themselves felt their divine power wane, and for the first time in ages, had to face the reality of mortality. The defeat of Dagoth sent ripples across Vardenfell. As the Naravaran emerged from Red Mountain, the clearest sign of change was the disappearance of the blight storms that had darkened the island for years. The blood-red clouds began to fade, giving way to the more familiar gray and brown hues of regular ash storms. Observers at Ghostgate noted how the unnatural lightning that once accompanied the blight steadily diminished until only volcanic activity remained. Within weeks, patrols from House Redoran reported signs of ecological recovery. Areas hardest hit by the blight slowly began to heal. Plants that had become gray and brittle started to regain their color, though full recovery would take time. Water sources that had turned reddish and metallic tasting began to clear as natural filtration resumed without the constant pollution of blight particles. Wildlife also responded to the fall of Dagoth. Creatures that had become aggressive under the blight returned to normal behavior and reclaimed their natural habitats. You're giving feedback on a new version of ChatGPT. Which response do you prefer? Responses may take a moment to load. ChatGPT Response 1 House Rioran, which had mostly resisted influence from the 6th house, gained more prominence over houses Lu and Telvin, where corruption had been more common. This change in power among the great houses accelerated after the decline of the tribunal, significantly reshaping Morrowind's political structure. The most significant effects of Dagothr's defeat came from its impact on the tribunal. With the heart of Lorcan removed from the world, Almalexia, Sotha Sil, and Vivek lost their source of divine renewal, although they still retained some power from earlier rituals. That power gradually diminished with use, forcing them to face the reality of returning to mortality after centuries as gods. Each member of the tribunal reacted differently. Vivek, often considered the most philosophical, seemed to accept this change calmly. He stayed in his palace in Vivek City, conserving what divine energy remained and guiding his followers to revere the tribunal as saints rather than deities. His writings from this time explore themes of divinity and leadership during times of great change. Sotha Sil withdrew deeper into the Clockwork City, focusing on mechanical solutions to problems he had once solved through divine means. His already rare communication with the outside world became even more limited, as he worked to secure his legacy through self-operating systems that did not rely on his presence. Almalexia, however, reacted destructively. Refusing to accept her loss of godhood, she searched for new sources of power to replace the heart. This led her to betray her fellow tribunal members. She killed Sotha Sil and attempted to eliminate the Naravaran, whom she blamed for her decline. Her eventual defeat in Mournhold marked the end of the tribunal's rule, hastening Morrowind's religious and political transformation. With the tribunal gone, a power vacuum emerged. The temple underwent a major reformation, recognizing the tribunal not as gods, but as saints who had achieved greatness through heroic actions. The worship of the Daedra Azura, Mephala, and Boethia was restored to prominence, while Almalexia, Sotha Sil, and Vivek were still honored as ancestral figures rather than divine beings. This shift occurred alongside growing imperial influence in Morrowind's affairs. House Lu, known for its alignment with imperial culture, initially benefited from this new connection as imperial support flowed through its networks. But this advantage was short-lived, as the empire soon faced its own challenges, leading to the Oblivion Crisis and the fall of the Septim Dynasty. The combined collapse of Dagoth, the tribunal, and imperial authority created a power void that led to major changes in the early Fourth Era. Without the tribunal's divine power maintaining the Ministry of Truth, a moon suspended above Vivec City, the moon eventually fell. Its impact triggered the eruption of Red Mountain in what became known as the Red Year, destroying large parts of Vardenfell and parts of the mainland. Although not directly caused by Dagoth, this disaster was a final result of the instability he had introduced. The mountain that once served as the foundation for his divine ambitions became the source of immense destruction, pushing the Dunmer people to adapt once more in the face of ruin. The Argonian invasion that followed the Red Year further changed Morrowind, with southern areas falling to forces from Black Marsh. Taking advantage of Morrowind's weakened state, this invasion marked the complete transformation of the province from a proud, self-governed land ruled by living gods to a fractured territory reeling from repeated catastrophes. I prefer this response. ChatGPT Response 2 includes hashtags House Rioran, known for resisting the influence of the Sixth House, gained moral authority as corruption weakened houses Lu and Telvin. This shift became more pronounced with the decline of the tribunal, reshaping Morrowind's political order. Dagoth's defeat had its greatest impact on the tribunal, as the removal of the heart of Lorcan stripped Almalexia, Sotha Sil, and Vivec of their divine sustenance. Though they retained residual power, it slowly waned, pushing them toward mortality. Vivec, more philosophical, accepted the change, staying in his city and preparing followers for a new form of worship that honored the tribunal as saints. Sotha Sil withdrew into the Clockwork City, dedicating himself to technology and minimizing contact with the outside world. Almalexia reacted destructively, seeking new power, turning against her peers, and ultimately killing Sotha Sil. She also attempted to eliminate the Nera Varine, whom she blamed for her decline. Her defeat in Mournhold marked the end of the tribunal's rule. The resulting power vacuum led to a major religious reformation. The tribunal was venerated as legendary saints, while traditional deities Mephala, Boethia, and Azura regained prominence. Meanwhile, imperial influence grew. House Lu initially benefited due to its ties with the Empire, but this was short-lived as the Empire itself fell into crisis, culminating in the Oblivion Crisis and the fall of the Septim Dynasty. Without the Tribunal's divine support, the Ministry of Truth Bar now resumed its descent, crashing into Vivec City and triggering Red Mountain's eruption, known as the Red Year. This disaster devastated Vardenfell and surrounding regions. Though not directly caused by Dagoth, it was a consequence of the instability he unleashed. The same mountain that empowered him became a source of ruin, forcing the Dunmer to adapt once again. Following the Red Year, the weakened state of Dunmer society enabled a major Argonian invasion from Black Marsh, seizing southern territories. These events completed Morrowind's transformation from a province ruled by living gods to one marked by loss, upheaval, and reinvention. Number Elder Scrolls, number Morrowind, number Lore, number Tribunal, number Dagoth, number Red Year, number Vivec, number Almalexia, number Sotha Sil, number Dunmer, number Tamriel, number Oblivion Crisis, number Lore Deep Dive, number Fantasy History. I prefer this. Response. House Rioran known for resisting the influence of the Sixth House, gained moral credibility as houses Lu and Telvin, where corruption had been more widespread, lost standing. This shift in power between the great houses intensified after the fall of the tribunal, drastically changing Morrowind's political structure. The most significant consequences of Dagoth-Ur's defeat were felt by the tribunal. With the heart of Lorkhan removed from the world, Almalexia, Sotha Sil, and Vivek lost the source of their divine energy. Although they retained some power from past rituals, it gradually diminished, forcing them to face the reality of returning to mortality after centuries as gods. Each member of the tribunal responded differently. Vivek, known for his philosophical outlook, accepted the change calmly. He stayed in Vivek City, conserving his remaining power and guiding his followers toward a reformed temple that would revere the tribunal as saints instead of deities. His writings from this time explored deep themes about divinity and leadership during times of change. Sotha Sil withdrew deeper into his clockwork city, focusing on mechanical solutions to replace divine power. His already rare communications nearly ceased as he devoted himself to building self-sustaining systems to carry on his legacy. Almalexia reacted destructively. Refusing to accept her loss of divinity, she searched for new sources of power. This led her to betray her fellow tribunal members, resulting in the murder of Sotha Sil and an attempted assassination of the Nerevarine, whom she blamed for her downfall. Her eventual defeat in Mournhold marked the practical end of the tribunal's rule, hastening both religious and political changes across Morrowind. With the tribunal's fall, the temple was restructured. It began honoring Almalexia, Sotha Sil, and Vivek as heroic ancestors rather than gods, while also restoring the worship of the original three good Daedra, Azura, Mephala, and Boethia. This religious shift occurred alongside the rise of imperial influence. House Lu, which had traditionally cooperated with the Empire, initially benefited from the increased imperial presence. However, these gains were short-lived as the Empire itself fell into decline, leading to the Oblivion Crisis and the collapse of the Septim Dynasty. The overlapping collapse of Dagoth-Ur, the Tribunal, and Imperial authority created a power vacuum that paved the way for transformative events in Morrowind during the early Fourth Era. Without the divine power of the Tribunal to sustain the Ministry of Truth, the moonlit Bardau eventually fell onto Vivek City. Its impact caused Red Mountain to erupt in what became known as the Red Year, devastating Vardenfell and much of the surrounding region. Though not directly caused by Dagoth-Ur, the disaster was a final consequence of the instability he had introduced. His disruption of Morrowind's mystical balance ultimately led to widespread physical destruction. The same mountain that had symbolized his ambitions became the source of catastrophe, forcing the Dunmer to adapt once again. Following the Red Year, an Argonian invasion from Black Marsh claimed Morrowind's southern territories. The weakened state of Dunmer society allowed this conquest, completing the transformation of the province from a land ruled by living gods to one struggling with loss, change, and external domination. It became a diminished land, struggling to preserve its cultural identity amid widespread destruction and outside pressure. Despite a series of disasters, aspects of Dagoth's legacy endured in unexpected ways. Dream verses written by Ash poets continued to circulate among parts of Dunmer society, their metaphysical themes influencing both art and magic. even though they were officially suppressed. The idea of the house unmourned resonated with displaced Dunmer, offering a way to make sense of their shared suffering. Dagoth's ideas about unity and identity played a significant role in shaping the Dunmer response to their fragmented condition after the Red Year. As refugee communities settled in Skyrim, Cyrodiil, and other regions, they faced the challenge of maintaining cultural unity despite being scattered. Some scholars compared this situation to Dagoth's vision of a consciousness spread across distance, though interpreted in non-corrupted ways. House Redoran, which rose as the dominant political force in Morrowind after the Red Year, adopted certain organizational methods from the Sixth House to manage their dispersed settlements. The use of dream sharing, cleansed of its corrupt elements, proved effective for keeping distant Dunmer communities connected. This practical use of an enemy's methods showed the Dunmer's ability to survive by selectively adopting what was useful. By the time of the Skyrim Civil War in 4E201, nearly 2 centuries after Dagoth's defeat, his direct influence had mostly faded from the Dunmer's collective memory. The generation that had experienced the blight and the threat of the Sixth House was gone, replaced by those shaped by the Red Year and the rebuilding that followed. For these newer generations, Dagoth was more of a historical figure, warning about the dangers of corrupted divinity rather than an active threat. Yet, faint traces of his presence lingered. Travelers near Red Mountain sometimes reported dreams of a golden-masked figure, though these lacked the power of Dagoth's original dream sendings. Explorers found ash statues in certain Dwemer ruins that still gave off weak magical signals, though they no longer affected the mind. These remnants implied that, although Dagoth himself had been defeated, the metaphysical concepts he explored still held some truth, independent of his presence. His most lasting impact appeared in Dunmer religious thought. The questions he raised about divinity, individual identity, and the relationship between mortals and gods could not be ignored just because he had been overthrown. Scholars of the New Temple seriously considered these ideas, developing a theology that accepted some of his insights while rejecting his corrupt execution. This led to a deeper and more complex understanding of Dunmer spirituality. While the Tribunal Temple had offered a simplified view of the three as guiding deities, the New Temple embraced a more layered perspective that included Daedric influence and the lessons of mortal-turned-divine figures. This more thoughtful approach helped Dunmer religion endure the challenges of the Fourth Era better than many other belief systems. As Morrowind slowly recovered in the decades after the Red Year, Dagoth's legacy acted as both a warning and a source of inspiration. His fall showed the danger of trying to reshape reality through corrupt methods, but his temporary achievements highlighted the strength of vision and determination. The Dunmer, who worked to rebuild their homeland, carried this complex legacy, with them wary of ambition gone too far, yet motivated by the belief that even the impossible might be reached with enough willpower. In the end, Dagoth's importance went beyond his role as an adversary in the Nerevarine prophecy. He embodied a distinctly Dunmer concept of divinity, not the borrowed godhood of the Tribunal, nor the external power of the Daedra, but something internal, born from within, that both transcended and corrupted the mortal condition. His failure ultimately strengthened the Dunmer cultural focus on operating within established limits, aiming to expand them through knowledge rather than by taking dangerous metaphysical shortcuts. Dagoth's tale ends not with his physical defeat beneath Red Mountain, but with his challenge becoming part of the evolving Dunmer identity. From the ruins of his ambitions and the disasters that reshaped Morrowind, a culture emerged that was more resilient, more theologically advanced, and more conscious of both the potential and the risks of their unique connection to divinity. In this transformation, perhaps the most unexpected part of his legacy, Dagoth achieved a kind of unity, not by corrupting the flesh, but by having his story absorbed into the shared experience that shapes what it means to be Dunmer in a world of change.
Nixono Sound Studio.